blah, and unmotivated for the past several months? Well, you are not alone. Tune in this week to the Situation Lounge, where improv and coaching connect. We're going to offer strategies on how to stay motivated.
Be on camera. Is that okay?
Fine. Oh, yeah,
So,
sure.
all right.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your many blessings. We thank you for our time. Bless our time, our fellowship, our conversation, and this food to our bodies in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You need a battery pack for your phone. Happy Father's Day in advance. Kingsley. Oh,
Thank you.
well. Where are you plugging it into?
My laptop.
Oh, okay. All right. So,
You got it.
yeah.
Man got it.
I know, but
That's the process.
you don't have the food in the pitch in the video. I'm gonna be like, come out to this cafe. I'm gonna be like, what's the food?
Your sister did a great job. She's doing a great job. Your sister and her foodie thing. She did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
So yes. All right. So it's recording. You said? Oh no. Litter bug.
Yeah, it's recording.
Okay. All right. Well, since it's recording, welcome everyone to TFG365. My name is Yannick Jackson, and I have Kingsley Grant with me. Yes. We're out to, I guess right now it's called, is it brunch? I guess.
Yeah, we'll say that's brunch time.
Yeah. So we're having brunch, which is pretty cool. If you know, if I don't. Well, I won't give you too much details, but too bad the refined foodie is not here. But that's the goal, to be able to support other business owners, not only in South Florida but abroad, to be able to just have conversations on hot topics that come up in our meetings, or those who have actually reached out to us and say, hey, I'm having challenges in this particular area, can you help? And I was like, of course, we have Kingsley Grant in our circle. So we have marriage and family therapist, Kingsley Grant, and he is also the author of the Emotelligent Leader book, which I read from cover to cover, and it's definitely helped me on my career journey.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's interesting how they both kind of overlap, right? Because I think that people who are in a relationship, there has to be some leadership aspect to it, right? I think you can't have one without the other.
yeah.
And they're just really so critical. Because we're leading ourselves, but we're also leading others, right? And I think so. Is how do we do that?
Yeah.
In our own lives, but also our professional lives. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. And we're talking about being a power couple, like the truth about being a power couple today. Because there's this concept of, in order to be a power couple, it's just about the money. Just, anyone who's rich and they're married, they're a power couple. You know, if they're on TV, they're a power couple. And people aspire to be that, but it takes a lot of work to be a power couple. And my take on a power couple is one who's willing to, and it might seem uncomfortable, or it might not be glamorous, I should say, but it's a couple who's willing to put the work into their relationship, even if that means they have to put profit aside. Even if that means they may have to put that big idea to the side, that big opportunity on pause, or maybe they no longer carry the big title in that opportunity just for the sake of having a healthy relationship with their spouse. And it's unpopular because we want to be busy, we want to be all over the place and in the limelight, but that's just my take on it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think when you were emphasizing the idea of power couple, and there's a definition out there that people use, or the lens, right, to say, so I'm eating, so I'm
okay, good. You're good.
I'm good. So the idea is that the definition or the lens through which I look at power couples, especially in our world we're living in. It's a metric, a criteria. Okay, is your money you have, the title, the position. But I believe power couples are those who leave a legacy, those who are making an impact, where it truly is lasting. It's not just for them acquiring stuff and building, quote, an empire, even though I have nothing against that. But I think at the end of the day, to what extent, how much of a power couple were you with your children, with your family, your community? How much of a power couple were you after you've gone, that the legacy continues? Not just the wealth, but your name is remembered because you made a difference and impacted a community. That's how I look at a power couple. You know, how do you do that, right? Is that the challenge, I think.
Yeah, and how you do that, like you said, with your family. You know, I've seen on both spectrums. I've seen some couples who they're now in retirement. Their children love them. You know, they admire them. They have great memories of their childhood. And then you have others who are rich and wealthy, and their kids despise the business. They don't even want to support that business because of the sacrifice that was done. It's considered as that's the person who took my parent away. You know. And if as a parent, if you're not willing to acknowledge that, to apologize if that happened, then that legacy you're talking about is not going to exist. That business that you work so hard for the purpose of the family doesn't want, you know. So that's why I felt it was important for us to talk about this narrative, because being wealthy is not a problem.
Right.
Being successful is not a problem. It's just how we attain that wealth and success and the decisions we make. And even if we make bad decisions, our willingness to own it and apologize can make a world of difference. So the first part, something that comes up a lot with couples that I've encountered, where they started the relationship, both of them have great skills, and they launch a business, but one person takes the business way, like, they invest so much time in the business, they neglect the relationship. And, you know, my husband and I, we have this conversation all the time. So it's like, it's an ongoing conversation where, okay, business is good, we're good. And then when we're run into hiccups, it's like, okay, what do we do? You know? But this particular couple I'm talking about, I won't define which one mentioned it, but the bottom line was, for that person, when the business is not successful, they automatically say the marriage is not successful. And that's the part where, to me, I'm like, so this went from vows to business contract. It's from a marriage relationship to a business partnership. And if you put more emphasis on the business partnership than you do your marriage, it's not healthy, you know? So how do you separate the two? How do you separate if you have a disagreement in business? Like, how do you separate the love part of it? Do you, like, is it something, I know it's not easy. I've been there, we do that, you know.
The challenge.
But how do you get to a point where, like, I love you more than the business? How do we separate both worlds when it's intertwined?
You know, I think it's an ongoing conversation that people have had about this, like you described, you know, because I think what happened is that there are requirements on both. The work requirement, the investment, the time, the effort, it's demanding on both, right? And you hear this term many times, work-life balance, right? How do you strike a work-life balance? Because it's an ongoing conversation. And I'm not sure that really exists, because I think it's all it's subjective. So every family have a different core values, different ideals, different things that they're aspiring for. So I don't think that one size fits all. They have to figure out what's in the best interest for themselves. But there's got to be something though where you use a word about the transaction. Because I think sometimes what people do, especially power couples, right? They take the transactional part of the business, which is more transactional, and they take it into the marriage, which should be relational. And so it's how do you do transactional and relational, right? And realize that when you come into the home or the family, that's relational. It's not. It should not be transactional, right? Because you're going to treat your family as you treat your business partners and so on, and expect the same kind of response and the same kind of accolades, whatever you get, you want that from your family. They're not your clients, they're not your customers, they're your son and daughter. And that's why I think most times there's a resentment to the success for some kids. I mean, I'm just thinking of, I won't mention name, but I'm thinking of a family right now where I can see the kids are resenting the success of the parents because they're a power couple and they're seen as power couples. The kids have gone on their own path and it's almost like they detest the fact that the family, the price they had to pay, and now it's too late because they're growing up and they resent and they're detesting the fact that the parents made the choice to continue this transactional thing. Even the kids, they would almost like, cipher them out and business-wide. We can get a business to take care of the kids. So the idea is, how do you do both? And I think it's important for the power couple to decide relational. So, you can do both, I think, as long as you keep them separate. When I'm in my family, that's relational. It's not transactional. And what I mean by that is that, it's like one thing, almost like a quid pro quo kind of thing. I do this, you do that kind of thing. That's transactional. No, we integrate our lives. We do team things. It's not it's us, we. It's not you, me kind of thing, as in the business world. I think that's what would help couples to be able to keep those two things in mind, that I have to step in two different roles, my business, transactional, my family and friends and so on, relational, and that's why they can get very clear, and it's hard, it's not hard, it's not easy.
It is hard.
I think what happened, what I like about power couples, they know what hard work is. They know what it is to put in the grind. I'm simply saying, take that same skill idea into the family. You know what hard work is? Apply it to your family. And maybe it might mean getting some help, getting outside help, professional help, or equipping yourself, learning some skills. Learn some skills as how to do that. Because if it's so important, give it the time and effort that it needs. And I believe that will make a difference.
Time and effort.
Yeah.
Like that, when someone's not willing to do that, I think that's when the spouse who's feeling the impact feels as though you are more willing to invest the time and effort into this thing that you claim is for the family, but it's really for selfish reasons. And when you own that, that's where it's like, okay, let me take a step back, because we had this conversation. My husband's behind the camera, by the way, and and I think when we had those tough conversations to get to the root of what is happening here, whether it's on my side or on his side, we realized it's okay. At one point, it started off for family, but in this particular season, there's almost this midlife, right? This midlife crisis of, I'm not where I want to be. I'm not where I desire to be. And I have to do X, Y, and Z to get there. And right now, my family responsibilities are challenging that.
It gets in the way.
Yeah. And it's like, then you have to look at, are the decisions you're making really for the family, or is it to fulfill this midlife lack or feel a sense of unaccomplishment? Get to the root of it. And when you realize at that moment for us, it was like, wait a minute. Yeah, there's almost like that sense of feeling like you're not accomplished, unfulfilled because you set out a task. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But we can take a pause really quick. No, it's okay. Just on Instagram. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we're talking about power moves, making decisions in your life that are healthy. The topic today we're talking about is couples. So he's a marriage and family therapist, Kingsley Grant. Yeah.
Good man,
Yeah. So Oh, thanks. Yeah, no, it's okay. So, yeah, so really we're just talking about healthy ways to maintain your marriage without sacrificing your love relationship for your business, you know, because sometimes people build a business and say, hey, you know what, I'm grinding for the family, but then you lose sight of your family and the healthiness of the relationship. So, yeah. So.
Nice to meet you. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, take care. Thank you. So, yeah.
Yeah, when you were talking, I was thinking there is, I think sometimes what happens, there's two different viewpoints sometimes, right? Because there is hers and his. Because I think there is women are more relational. Because her thing is, if the relationship is not succeeding, nothing else is succeeding, right? He gets his identity by what he does. And so he looks at, well, if my business is succeeding, I'm not succeeding, I'm failing. And so as men, failure is not something we like to either admit or even, we don't even entertain that thought into our, in our mind. Because why? That's what kind of almost defines us. So I think what happened in the power couple, that conversation can go south if we don't necessarily look behind and say, okay, you know what, maybe what is important for the wife, and it's not be important for the man, but it's more important for her, for the family and the relationship. In his mind, it's also family what he's doing. I'm working for the family, like I said earlier. And it's so hard sometimes to transition. And I think for us guys, we have to work a bit harder. Okay, it doesn't come natural. We're not nurturing by instinct, right? We're not that kind. And so I think that's where sometimes that conflict arises, because he doesn't see what he's done as wrong, per se. And she may see that as right. He may see that's right. But she said, no, but look at our family, right?
Yeah,
so
it's hard.
Hard.
It's really hard. And the point that you just brought up, that's the battle that my husband and I, that we went through.
Yeah.
And it resurfaces every few years or so. But that was like one of our hardest conversations, where in his eyes, it's like, everything I'm doing is for the family.
Yeah.
So what on earth are you talking about? And I'm like, you're not spending time with the family.
Yeah.
And it's like, what do you mean? So it's like, both of us have our viewpoint, and it wasn't coming across. So like, we literally just kept going back and back and forth. And it all boils down to the time. So when I see that, you know what? He's able to schedule these events. He's able to book stuff. He's able to do all these things. You're telling me you can't do the same thing in the home? I'm so confused. So we ended up, we've spoken to you, and then that's why it's good to have professionals as well as, for us, we have our pastors, and speaking to other couples, because we're able to hear, okay, we're not alone in this. This is something that seems to be a common thread in marriage. It's not just us. So we're not going crazy. And one thing I had to do was say, okay, this is an area where he might not be as strong in, but don't apply it to everything. And for me, it was almost like a all or nothing. So you don't love me if you choose to continue X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
And for him is, because I love you, that is why I'm doing X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess it's a matter of expectations. And, I still have my moments, but there are these times where I have to realize, okay, what if I were to just focus on how he's loving me versus how I want him to love me, or be loving towards me,
Right.
and embrace and celebrate that, because that's his way of expressing love,
Yeah.
while still sharing how I desire to be loved. You understand what I'm saying?
I think that's what happened in your mind, what you just talk about, that shift that occurs where, like I said, we had to challenge our thoughts, because sometimes our immediate thought is going to lead towards a negative and make a case for he doesn't care, she doesn't care, he doesn't love me, she doesn't. And the fact is, we have to pause and ask a question: how accurate is that statement that's now being formed? That my emotions created. How accurate is that? And 100% times it's not accurate, right? Some of it is, but not all of it is. But our brain doesn't hear the song. They hear all, you're not, you don't, right?
You never.
Right? You always, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it has to be then take a step back, and that's where emotional intelligence comes in, right? Is that saying, how do I manage my emotion? How do the only thing I can control is me, my behavior, and my response to the behavior of my spouse or others. So how do I do that? Well, I have to build that muscle, which means I have to work it out, and constantly not accept at face value what my emotion created. Because our emotion is what it is. It's not right or wrong, it's what it is. But we make it right, when it could be wrong, right? And so I think what you said earlier is, how do you then make a case against that? Because it's not accurate, not 100% accurate. And it's an ongoing thing. It's work, that's where the work comes in. It's intentional. And I think why emotional intelligence is so important, because it has the empathy part.
That's
you
true.
empathize. You put yourself in that person's shoes and say, I can see why. I can hear why. I can understand. And that's why empathy is so critical in this whole interaction, dialogue, conversation, and so on.
Yeah, showing empathy. And then when you said, as far as all, like, when we talk about making decisions as a power couple, those tough decisions of, if your spouse is saying ABC is having a serious impact. So like, after we kind of hash it out and just talking about from personal experience, say, okay, well, this is the root of it. I'm loving you the way how I know how to, but let me go ahead and love you the way you say you want to be loved.
Right.
But then that hard decision of, this particular business or venture is having a serious impact on our family.
Yeah.
Like, at which point do you recommend for a couple to say, maybe it's time to let that business go, or let that venture go, or put a pause on it? Or do you continue to, or should the person say, well, fine, that's your thing, go ahead and do it until you run us into the ground? Like at which point should you let it go?
It's like, how do you handle a porcupine, right? With caution, with care. Because why? Because he could let go and resent you for letting go of something that he felt was being done for the family, and you took it away. And especially if things start going south, you get blamed for that, right? But the idea is, right, how can we find a way to do, maybe to modify what he's doing. Maybe he might need to hand off some of what he's doing to somebody else, if possible. Or scale back some, so that both can have a win. Right? So he can have a win and she can have a win. Because if he feels like he has to give everything up to satisfy you and vice versa, there's going to be issues there. And it builds over time, the resentment that I had to do that. So I find that, in my case, for example, what I do, having to do in my practice and so on, and then at the same time do content creation and all that I do, I realized that how much time it took. And so I said, you know what, can I get a virtual assistant? So I had to get a virtual assistant, and then two, to help me, because why? It took that maybe 30 hours extra off my plate. We can now take that redeem time, not to work, but to make sure I attend to my wife, or our kids are older now, but I can get that to my wife in our conversation and our interaction. So that may be a thing that may have to really look at. Is there a possibility to scale back or modify or first before it's giving up the whole thing?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, that's
it
true.
can truly be an issue later on.
Because if you love me,
Right.
you'll shut it all down. And that in itself, you know, like I remember when we had our second child, like, and he'll chime in, we've shared this story before, but where Eddie had this whole tour planned out, but I was going to be on maternity leave. And extended maternity leave meaning I'm approved with the leave, but I don't have income. So he had to make a decision. And for me, like, it was causing so much tension because I'm like, yeah, this is a goal, this is a dream, you had all this lined up, but you're doing this to please an audience. They're going to go home to their families. You, I don't know so much.
Yeah.
You know, not to say that I'll just run off, but it was tough because it was like, is this above your love for me?
Yeah.
When he has a love for this particular craft. So he did put it on pause, and him putting it on pause ended up being, the next time around, ended up being way better than what he planned. And I know couples where, for example, some couples who are artists, their spouse can't even listen to their spouse's music.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because those tracks were the money it took to build the track and to go on tour, that spouse took their mortgage or car note and all these other things that they do, and they were willing to say, I don't want to put my project to the side for my family.
Yeah.
And they don't even want to hear the music at all. You know, so
Yeah. That's why I think the resentment, and you resent and detest that very thing, because it reminds you so much, it triggers you, you know, it brings out all the memory of what the price that was paid, and probably still paying, and that thing, every time you see it, it reminds you of it. You just can't see it, you can't listen to it, you can't look at it, you know, just can't, right? And I think that's where the idea you said it was now, maybe stepping back could be, well, how can we still accomplish this? Because I think I live in a world of more both and than either or. Because an either or has been handed to us from throughout our education process, either this or that, right? But I think when it comes to life, we want to look at both. How can we get both? Is it possible? And if we start with that idea, can we get both? We were surprised to see what we can come up with. Because we made some compromise, we may have some ideas we never thought about. Because I think we're looking at both. When we approach either or, is where I think sometimes we get so paralyzed or we're just so blinded, we can't think of anything else that can be done. And that's what power couples, true power couples do. They step back and look at how can we satisfy. It may not be where we both want it up here, but if it's here, if both get a chance to be satisfied, can we do this? You know?
love it. Yeah, I love it. Now, what about, wait, we're going to pause really quick. How are we on time?
27 minutes.
What time is it?
11:10.
11:10. Okay.
Would you like two or three more questions and then 28 minutes in.
Yeah. Okay. No, I wanted to have a scene over there, but do you want to at least listen to the audio?
I don't want to stop it.
Yeah, but at least pause it. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Wait. All right, so we switched it up a bit, but we're here at Resurrection Cup Cafe in South Florida. It's a really nice cafe, so I hope you enjoyed the clips that we captured. It's a nice spot. It's owned by a beautiful couple here in South Florida, and they're expanding. So take a look at some of the expansions as we get settled in our new scene, I guess. So we'll insert some
Yeah,
stuff.
that's good. Yeah.
Well, Pure Life is didn't sponsor yet. Is it busy over there? Because I remember wanted to get a picture with her. Okay. All right, so since you're recording. Yes, sir. All right, Kitty. So we talked a lot about power couples and almost like some things to look out for.
Yeah.
But one thing I wanted to talk about was unhealthy versus healthy sacrifices. Because in growing a business, and I'm sure it all comes from a genuine place, you want to do things for your family, for your children, for your children's children. But doing that means that sometimes you might be working long nights, weekends. You might be in school for years. If your goal is to become a doctor, a lawyer, or any other industry, or maybe for a few months, you're like locked in because you're juggling work,
Right.
school, or whatever, meetings. And because you mentioned there's some couples where their children resent them,
Yeah.
that's always a concern for us because what we do, it's weekends, it's evenings, it's early mornings because we work with team members in different time zones, 3 hours apart, 6 hours apart. But communicating that to, well, we'll talk to 3 groups.
Right.
We'll speak to the couples who are looking to get married, but they're in this kind of busy season of their life. And some want to be that power couple, but because of the busyness of the schedule, their fear of, let's wait. Let's wait until I graduate or wait until I get this career. For that power couple that maybe they're engaged or looking to get married, what would you say to them? Would you say wait? And I know each person's scenario is different,
Right.
but for some people who are choosing to wait because their current life is busy, do you think they should? Or is it like your life is going to be busier when you finish? Like, what would you say to that? Group 1 or Group A, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point you're making because I realize that busy is very relative, right? Because every stage of your life is going to require growth of some kind, and growth requires time and effort. And so there's never a time that you're ever going to be off and not have a busy season of your life. If you are the person that's growing and is aspiring for more. And so I think it's an idea where is to say, hey, you know what might be some other factors? Because we have to accept the fact that busy will be there. You never, it's never going to not be busy. So we accept that to be a part of the equation. The thing is, what else might we need? You know, and it could be like you mentioned about the premarital aspect of things. Maybe an outside mentoring or a support system. If we can put all that in place, then they can come alongside and assist, because sometimes we think we have to do everything by ourselves. But if I have a child in the early stage and life is still busy, do I have like an in-law or our parents or some support system that can help take the load off? I think that's helpful because you're creating this community.
Like, yes,
Right?
like having a tribe. You know, that's the thing now. Oh, your tribe.
Yeah, but I think it's been true. It's true throughout generations. We just have the kind of technology and modern stuff have removed away from that. But that was the hallmark of families is having that support, that village tribe idea, because that makes it work. That kid get a chance to be exposed to in social aspect to other family members, learn other culture, or learn how other people are, maybe in social skills. And I think because of technology, we are so removed away from that. It's almost like everything has to be so cut and dry. It's almost like this, right? If it's given and we lose that organic development process where things happen and you adapt, you adjust, you make the moves you need to do, our moves, so you can actually make it work, rather than having to look for the perfect time. Because perfect time doesn't come. It's not going to happen. You know, life happens. There's always one more thing that's going to come into our situation that we never had before. So I think, readiness is really more subjective, but I think it shouldn't be based upon some perfect scenario for it to happen.
No, that's good right there. And it's almost like you really have to figure out, do you love each other? Because, I don't know, I think some couples that use that as an excuse, it might be valid, but it's almost like an excuse where, oh, I'm this, I'm that, and then now you've spent 4 years of your life, and it's no longer a relationship. You break apart. You have to narrow down, where do we see each other, in this relationship, and then go from there. And I've seen other people where they're at that what if stage, and they listen to their friends, and they're like, oh, he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that, or she doesn't have this, she doesn't have that. And I remember like a few young ladies have asked me, no, the person I'm seeing, they don't have a car. I'm like, but technically, they might be in New York, and they're so used to taking buses and trains.
Right.
Does that mean they bring no value? But they're still at their mom's, or they're still at their parents' house. Not understanding that sometimes it's not that they're living or trying to feed off of their parents' house. Maybe their parent has that relationship with them that says, while you're here, I want you to be as stable as possible.
Right.
Or they might be financially supporting their parents, and they didn't disclose that.
Exactly.
So, like, when they're trying to make a decision of, is this a great fit, should where they are financially be like a determining factor of us moving forward, or like, because this seems to be a common thing that's brought up. Oh, he's not stable. Stable. I mean, he should be stable mentally, but even people who have mental health conditions need love too, right? So, like, how do you figure that out? Or is that where you're saying get professional help? Premarital counseling will help you kind of narrow that down to kind of figure out, is this where we want to go?
Yeah, I think there's some defining markers for, I believe, that a person who gets married should have in place first, and we call that differentiation, right? The term is differentiation. It means that you're going to differentiate from your family of origin. So every person, adult, a male or female, but primarily a male, he's supposed to be the one who's pursuing and leading and is going somewhere, and he's going to invite this person to go there with him, right, and join together. But the idea of differentiation means there's 5 areas. You should be able to take care of yourself without any external help, mentally, emotionally, financially, relationally, and spiritually, right? You should be able to make decisions in those areas without having to ask permission or somehow. Doesn't mean that you are going to just be like, I will never talk to anybody about these matters. No. But you should be in a position where those things you can stand on your own in those areas. That's fully differentiated. And until you're fully differentiated, you should not be married, because you're going to have to try to work that out in your marriage, and it's going to be a problem. And that's why I think I mean, I'm a bit older than a lot of people right now. But when I was growing up, a young man who was at home at 21, 22 would be considered less ambitious. The pressure was on, leave home and start your own life, because that's what a marker is, that you have been differentiated, you're an adult. That used to be the case, right? Things have changed, I understand that. But I think what happened is that there's something to be said about that. What if they're pushing the person to say, hey, you need to develop these areas of your life if you're going to one day have your own family. So it's kind of done, I left home very early in my life, and I shouldn't have left home so early, because I was, rebellious and all that. And so, but I think the idea is that those markers still are true. In my work, I see so many people who are now married, and they're still trying to work out those areas. Well, I got to go run to my dad or my mom to ask a question or for permission about this or that. They were not fully differentiated. You should not even get married yet, because those things are in play. So I think those are the thing I would look for, is ask, how are you fully responsible for yourself, where you can actually make your own financial decision without mom and dad, make your own spiritual decision without mom and dad, make your own relational decision without mom and dad. Those are the markers I think are more important than any other markers, because if you have that in place, you're good to go.
Love it. So what about the group that they're now married and they want to launch a business or go on this side hustle, because that seems to be the thing, side hustle this and side hustle that. What would you consider as a healthy sacrifice and a non-healthy sacrifice, or unhealthy sacrifice? Like, what would you say one thing is, this is healthy for you to do if you're going to embark on this venture? And what's one thing you'd be like, hey, you know what? Definitely don't do this.
Yeah. You know, I think there's a not now piece that has to be added to it, right? Or not yet. So it's not like you won't be able to do it, but maybe not now. And learn how they not immediate gratification. So, for example, if I have a young child, when my kids were much younger, were very dependent in their toddler early stages. Some things I had wanted to do, I had to put on hold because I recognize I'm much more needed now. And if I put those things on, go after those things at the same time, I'm not going to be able to be present from it. So I think it's more subjective. So I think the idea is maybe not now, doesn't mean you won't do it. But I think the idea of even sacrifice, you know, is healthy or unhealthy or so on. I look at it more like it's just a sacrifice. I won't label it, right? The question is this sacrifice something the team, the family can bear right now? You know, when I went back to school for my graduate degree, I was much later in life, but my family were able to bear that at that time. I know if I had gone back earlier, they would not be able to, right? So in a sense, I put off and waited the not yet idea as one element of the decision making was to realize that at this stage I was more prepared and my family were more prepared to kind of be more team player and supportive than resented, you know. So I think it's more like looking at the big picture and say, well, it's not a healthy or unhealthy sacrifice, it's a sacrifice, but is it something that the team, the family can bear right now? They can't, you need to set back if you're a team player.
Yeah.
If you're a team player.
Yeah. And it's not a problem if you do step back. You don't look like less of a person.
Exactly.
You know, the dream can still be accomplished, but it'll be you'll be in a better place when you have that support system.
Oh yeah. And then, can you imagine you step out and then every night you come home with a fight? You know, how pleasant is that? You know, it's not pleasant. So I think I think it's really, if you want to have a power team and power couple and want a relationship that really is lasting and really go the distance, there are some important things.
And last but not least, what about the couple who messed up? They got this concept wrong, and they're watching this right now like, we really messed up. Maybe they're living in separate states, separate houses, separate rooms in the same house, because they're so frustrated that this business didn't work out and it cost them their savings, or one person's resentful. Whatever the case is, there's that tension there, and they separated because of this great opportunity didn't go well.
Yeah.
Or it is going well, but it was at a sacrifice.
Yeah.
What would you say to that couple that it has not been officially, the divorce has not been finalized, but the root of their tension is this dream that has caused tension in the relationship? Is it a reason to give it up, or give up on their marriage, or like what would you say to that couple?
Yes, I would say that. Well, again, I take a step back, right? And I like to redefine certain things and look at how we describe things. So I find that if we put our focus and wherever our energy goes, right? Our mind goes, our energy flows. So if I put my energy on mess up, I'm going to find everything and blame. I must say, you know, my brain confirmation bias is going to bias towards looking for everything that the person messed up on. Not just that one thing, that and this and right. So if I say, I would recommend, what if you put aside for now the mess up description or conclusion or title on the shelf for now, and look at it this way. Two things happened as a result of the attempt. You either got what you wanted, right? The success, you got what you wanted, or you got the lesson you needed, right? There's only two outcomes. And if you took back and said, well, what? We didn't get what we wanted, so therefore the other part is we got a lesson we needed. What's that lesson? And I think it's allows the person to not feel like they are a failure, but they can try again, but also allow them to more lean in towards the person and say, hey, you know what? you're supportive, you got my back, you're being empathetic, and I think it's really changing the game if they can enter that room of like, listen, we needed, than the room of you messed up, right? So I think sometimes it's really looking back and really defining, reframing how we look at what we're fighting about or being divided about, because I believe every problem has a solution, right? Every problem has a solution. Everyone is supposed to find the right solution, and so that's why we probably need an outside person to give an eye that the person who's inside is not seeing, because you're so deep in it, you can't see something else. They call it the trees of the forest idea. And I think that may be a way to, if they want to keep their relationship, they have to reframe the meaning that they gave to what has happened.
I like that. And full disclosure, my husband and I, we've used Kingsley services before, and now that I look back on it, I was like, I can't believe we asked about canceling for that particular reason. But in the moment, it was serious.
Of course.
In the moment, it was something that was so frustrating that we weren't able to move past. And having that really just helped me to look at it from a different point of view. Okay, I see it. Even though, let me tell you, I'm the one that was pushing for counseling. I was the one that was pushing. Eddie did not want counseling. He's like, why are we going to spend the money,
I tell you
right?
something? This is exactly what happens in most relationships. Just yesterday, one lady said to me, I dragged my husband, I had to drag him in. And that's typically how it is. So, welcome to the club.
But I felt in the meeting that he was on Eddie's side. I was like, wait a minute. How is it I'm the one pushing for this, and he's getting what he wants? But even though I felt that way, we still pressed through. And we're going on 17 years.
There you go.
So
there you go.
We're still together. But definitely want to say thank you. Thank you for this time. And we have this thing we talked about early in another broadcast about this backpack idea. And then we talked about that this is a journey. So we hope that you have your TFG backpack.
I like that concept.
And that you were able to take some nuggets with you and help you along your journey, you and your spouse. And we hope that you're able to make better decisions and maybe even restore some relationships, whether with your spouse, your children, your parents, that ended up being challenged by whatever happened. So thank you again, Kingsley,
my
for
pleasure.
being here.
No, thank you for having me. Appreciate it. This was my pleasure. Anytime.
Awesome. You heard it, and I have it recorded. Anytime.
A Freudian slip, okay?
Awesome. Well, let me get a wave. Awesome. Thank you.
I am Lydia, aka the Black Sweetie, flight attendant and beauty blogger, checking in all the way from Stockholm with TFG365TV. Stay tuned for more.
Hello. Welcome again to the Situation Lounge, where improv and coaching connects. Tonight, I don't know why I keep saying the time, but hey, the morning and the afternoon, whenever you tuned in. But we're going to talk about, I'm trying to think of a catchy title for this one, and I don't know. Oh man, finding joy in the tough seasons. I don't know, Anthony. What is it? Keeping your head up and when you're feeling down, faking the funk while you
faking the funk. Oh no,
definitely not that one. But so here's what we're trying to figure out. There's a time or part of the journey which happens. It's a very uncomfortable part that happens along the way on the journey to success when you pour your heart and soul into your career, your projects, and it's almost like crickets. It's like, you've invested the time, the money, the resources, and there are times where you just want a little pat on the back. You just want to hear from your peers or those that you are presenting your product to, wow, good job, or you want to get that support. And when you don't hear that, it's difficult. So I don't know what to call it. Anthony, help me out. What do you, anything that comes to mind as far as the title? Because we got Anthony Ryan Grant in the building. He's an actor, well, dad in Los Angeles, California. And yeah, he experiences it in the acting side. I experience it, you know, we both have experienced it in the corporate arena, but just where we are right now in our journeys on corporate and entertainment, it's like this is something that happens across all industries.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we navigate that? For me, it's so
The
tough.
importance of self-worth, perception, and gratitude.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me write that one down. Let me take some notes. Okay, so go ahead and say that again.
Yeah, the importance of self-worth, perception, and gratitude. I think.
Oh my gosh, Anthony, it's hard, you know, and it's like, so you create content as well, like separate from what we do to be able to help and coach actors on their journey to greatness. How do you handle it? You know, being in that season of when you're on cloud nine, you're high, you do all these great things, but then there's that quiet moment of you're not hearing the same, like, that you're not getting the accolades, you're not getting the cheers, the applause, the support that you know you deserve, but might not be getting it at that time. How do you handle it?
It's rough. It's a work in progress, I would say, at best. You know, there's times where it's easier to manage, and times where I'm like at maybe like the peak of frustration that I could possibly be, where I just don't understand, you know, why certain things aren't, you know, going the way I would like them to. Um, it takes me some time. Like I would say that over the years, it's gotten a little bit easier. I've picked up new skills and new tools to kind of maneuver through those moments so they don't last as long when it does happen. Because, you know, again, for acting specifically, it's like there isn't like a predetermined goal line like other professions. Like it's not like you get promoted to this position and that leads to that position, that leads to that position. It's like it's in some ways it's like a free for all where it's like my story will differ from her story, will differ from his story, will differ from their story. You know, and it's like there's maybe some similarities you pick up from, but it's hard to be like, here is my template, here's some things that I did, it'll work for you. It may not work for you, you know. So even if I'm making content, it's like I have to almost like restrain myself to what I know to kind of be more or less universal truths about how the industry works, as opposed to like, here's what I did. Because even if I was like, here is a PDF of what I did year 2, year 3, year 4, and you copy it to the T, your year 2, year 3, year 4 may not look like mine. And I think for me, especially with the title that I gave, like the perception and the gratitude part has been a big part of it, where I try to like stay away from the whole idea of like comparing myself to others, of like, oh well, it could be worse. I could be doing, you know, like so and so. I try not to do that. I don't think there's something about that I've never really clicked with. I've been trying to look at it as more as like, well, I'm glad that I was able to experience whatever it was that wasn't good. I'm glad that it wasn't any worse than whatever the bad situation.
This year, blessing, money, testimony. Go to follow you they go. This year, good.
This is her official title as TFG's chef. Nice. If she is not able to make it, we are going to
Cancel.
cry, plead, and only recommendations that come through her, and maybe 2 other people. But she is our head chef.
Okay.
Yes.
every single cake makes me want to fly home to Florida to just sample whatever cake she's offering. I want to be at every birthday party that she's putting on display on Instagram. It's my birthday every time there's a birthday on Instagram on her, on her page.
You do travel, right?
This is her official title as TFG's chef.
Nice.
If she is not able to make it, we are going to
Cancel.
cry, plead, and only recommendations that come through her, and maybe 2 other people, but she is our head chef.
Okay.
Chef Rashana, endorsed all the way. Keeping it 100.
Thank you so much, Chef Rashonda. It was awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Chef Rashonda.
I'm also extremely grateful to have a high to compare it to when things aren't the greatest, right? Because it's always like when it's bad, but it's always, well, not always, but it's worse when you're like, I don't even know what good looks like. I don't even know what does things going well even mean? So I can always say like, well, not for nothing. Like I'm very aware of what it looks like when it's going well, and that's where like gratitude and perception, even the self-worth aspect, where it's like you don't want to base your self-worth on the approval of others, right? But even in that history, right, where it's like even with you in your situation, right, in the corporate world, it's like somebody thought that you were qualified enough to get that job. You did an interview and someone else did an interview and did not get that job because they weren't qualified. At some point, there was a perception of like, no, we think Yannick has what it takes to pull this position off. I think it's sometimes in those moments you're like, all right, well, I know self-worth wise, it's been acknowledged before and it can be acknowledged again. And I just have to sort through whatever this is right now, because otherwise I will go back to my corner. My blackout curtain is drawn.
What's up, Rick, man? What's going on with you, brother?
Yo, Kenny, what's good, bro? How are you?
Man, I'm just out here in these streets, man. Yo, I haven't seen your last couple of protests. I've been sending you messages, man. You don't respond. What's up with that?
Come on, man. You know that thing's a waste of time, man. I don't even know why you're out there, really.
What you talking about, man? You like soldiers in the street. We out here fighting, man, for a cause, man. You understand?
For what, bro? I mean, is it really making a difference? Really? Is it really making a difference?
We making changes. Our lives matter. Look, they did it in the 60s. They did it in the 50s. 70s, we're still doing it. Now we're just taking it to the next level. We out here picking it, you know what I'm saying?
They're not listening to us, bro. It's the same thing. And now protesters are getting killed by cops and stuff. Like, it's not even safe to protest. What about our safety?
Yo, constitutionally, if they could protest, we can protest. I'm not saying I'm all about that violence stuff, and my boy kind of hit me to, not breaking in, but when we're out there in numbers, you can't ignore the numbers, man. It's passion, man. There's a lot of out there. You know what I'm saying? We got to do this.
Man, I hear you, bro. Trust me, I hear you. But it's a waste of time. Have you really, from this protest I just started, has there really been any changes so far?
Yeah, man, look at all what's been going on in the news. We're making waves. We're actually impacting them. We're not these passive, kumbaya stuff. No, we're out here showing them numbers. We're showing them force. We're showing them that our voice is loud. And come on, man, bring your voice to the loud noise so we can be even louder.
Listen, man, my voice is back here handling my business at home. Take care of, what I got to take care of. I can't be out there putting myself at risk for something that might not even work. It doesn't make sense to me.
So you don't want change. You just want things to be the same way. This is how you get change.
Really? I don't know. I mean, Martin Luther King tried to do it peacefully, and what happened to him? Not really, I don't know, man.
Look, because of what he did, look at where we are now. Yeah, some lives will be lost, but that's the price you pay for what you. If you really want something passionate, man, you want to go extra. I'll do what I need to do because I want my children to grow up in a world where they're seen for who they are and they're heard. That's why I'm out in the streets.
Hey, bro, I respect that. But that's just not my thing.
The birds are flying, people are happy, enjoying life until that one negative person ruins your vibe. Yes, that person at school, at work, even at home, messing your entire day up. Let's talk about it on the Situation Lounge.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning into the Situation Lounge, where improv and coaching connect. So we have our cast members here from the Situation Lounge and a few other team members joining us. And we're talking about work relationships, right? Work relationships. And what that looks like as far as, is it okay? Do you feel comfortable dating in the workplace or not? Some people say yes, some people say no. But what about those other times when sometimes the lines get a little blurred? Maybe you're a little too nice to someone and they assume you're interested. So take a look at this clip really quick from the Situation Lounge. It's a clip between Desiree and Daniel's character, and it's where Desiree is under the impression that Daniel is interested in her, when all the brother is doing is trying to be nice. So take a look, let us know how you handle this situation.
What exactly do we have?
Our little thing. We've been working with each other for like 2 years, and just the way you interact with me, and the little notes you leave on my desk, and you've been just so nice and extra generous lately, and I know you don't want everyone to know because we don't know if there's any cameras around, and how that could go down, it could really affect our job. And trust me, I didn't tell anyone. I just wanted to let you know the whole Ricky thing. I didn't want you to hear it from him. I just wanted you to hear it from me first.
Okay, I think you might be reading a little bit too much into this here. The notes that I left, they're motivational sticky notes. I leave it on a coworker's desk every day, so.
But it's a color note on my desk,
Right, I try to personalize it to, fit your guys' personality, and I know you really enjoy pink. I mean, your nails are painted pink, I'm a attention to detail kind of guy, yeah, but.
Pay attention to me.
Yes, I pay attention to you, just like the way I pay attention to Josie, and I noticed her earbuds on her phone were wearing out the other day, so I got her some earbuds.
Cameras are off. Cameras are off. This is just you and me.
Right, but I need you to understand that this is just a work relationship, with work being like the capital adjective in that phrase right there.
But listen, you don't have to be antsy. Trust me, it's just between you and I promise.
But between you and I, it's just work. The thing is, this is work, all right? That I just need you to be clear that we don't have anything else going outside of our work partnership. Does partnership work for you better than relationships? I feel like that's when the signals start misfiring. Work agreement?
Okay.
Yeah?
All right. I must be getting punked because this. You know what? Let me not.
No, I'm really appreciating the coffee.
Thank you for the meeting.
team. So we saw that clip. What are your thoughts? Like, I'll go with Ebbs and Anthony. I'll let you guys go after Jamal on this one because you're actually acting in this scene. Jamal, with this episode of the Situation Lounge Promote to Manager, have you been in a situation like this where someone actually thinks you have a love interest in them when you're just being nice?
Yeah, I've experienced that a few times. I've been on the misconception side. I thought they were feeling that way towards me, and I've been on the other end. And I think, it comes down to when people are being nice, and I think you're not used to it, but there are certain signs that I think that gets given off where, as a receiver, you're like, oh, that means X, Y, and Z. So that means that somewhere there's a breakdown in communication, but also I think sometimes people will throw things out and pull it back. But yeah, I've been in that situation. And yeah, it was a weird situation to say the least.
How did you handle it? Like, was it something where they told you I'm not interested, or did you ask them out and then you found out that way? Like, how did you know?
Right, so I've had two situations where I can remember where I kind of let it play off a little because I was like, okay, maybe it's just me, and they kept on doing certain things. So I finally asked this person out, and this was a long time ago. They were like, I think she was either married or in a relationship, and she says, I'm so sorry. She apologized because she didn't realize she was giving off certain vibes. And then the other one, if I remember correctly, they were like, sure, but we work together. That's going to be awkward. So she basically said, I wouldn't mind, but we work together. So I was like, no.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I forgot about that important part. So.
Yeah, I have actually. One of the jobs I had, I won't go super specific because I know this is going to be airing out, but in one of the jobs that I worked, it was a situation in which one of my coworkers kind of mistook my kindness and interaction as for something deeper, and I didn't realize, like, I was completely in the dark. Like, I thought I was just being nice, and at one point she told me that she had feelings for me, essentially, and I was very polite, in saying that, I that's my coworker, I think we are building a really good friendship, but it's just, it's not what I'm looking to do, and it was bad. Like, she got really offended. I think, mostly because of this pride to some degree. Mm-hmm. And it got really bad before it got good, essentially.
What was that like, seeing them? Like, did you have to see them every day, or was it like that colleague where you see ever so often?
No, I saw them pretty much every shift. And they were in the work area that I was in, so there wasn't really any way to see you when I see you at work kind of thing. But eventually we got back on good terms. I think at that time it was just like, I put myself out there, you turned me down. I thought you were giving me all these signs with this, and this. And meanwhile, I'm like, no, that was actually this. And it was just like, oh man, I was just trying to, again, I thought we were just building a friendly work repertoire with each other. So.
Oh my gosh. Like, I can think of a situation where this guy, he called, and it was the morning of my wedding. And he's calling, he's like, hey, what's up? What you got planned this weekend? And I'm thinking because I thought we were just cool. I was like, yeah, I'm just getting ready. I'm really excited. I'm getting ready for my wedding. What? I was like, yeah, I'm getting married. You're getting married? I was like, yeah. He was like, I thought you and I were going to, go out and stuff like that. I had no idea. I was like, I had no idea you thought that's what was going on. And because we're producing an event, so we had to have those conversations about planning, having a meeting. But he took that as there was an interest. And I'm like, dude, it was just business.
Yeah.
So he was like, You know that long pause where it's like, hello?
Yeah.
It was definitely one of those moments where it's like, oh man, this dude thought there was something. And here it is, he trying to ask me on the date that I'm about to get married. These are like some real situations where you never know. You want to be nice to people, but sometimes it happens. What about you, Ebs? Have you encountered a similar situation, whether Daniel's character or Desiree's character?
More so Daniel's character. And yeah, it wasn't. It was hard because I was friends with the person as well, and feelings can develop with time, especially when the foundation was friendship. So, and the person started bringing me flowers, and the one flower, okay, thanks. But every week, and I was like, okay, yeah, I couldn't keep accepting because they would think my acceptance is me saying, yeah, I want to try us out or whatever the case is. So
I definitely would say it's not a one-size-fits-all situation.
It was a bit much,
you can be
but
you.
we're
And unless that person is married
it was an
or
awkward
in a relationship, you automatically know, hey, you know what?
As far as
Boundaries
dating in the
already set, but
workplace,
if it's a
I've been
case
in
of
it
where
before,
there's
but
no
it was, there was a lot of
outside
people working
boundaries, I
in
think
the
it's
workplace,
just
so
stay
and we
focused on
weren't
the work,
like
stay focused on what you're doing, and if you
working as a
happen to
team,
develop
like
something
various teams
organically,
in one building. So I
you
barely
just gotta
ever
be
saw
wise
them
and smart
unless it's
about
like
it.
lunchtime or whatever.
And
But I
understand
will
there's a risk
say
with that.
is a lot of people like to get in your business, so sometimes people like to gossip and stuff like that, and it can disturb the vibes a little bit if you don't know one another, or is insecure about yourself. It's kind of hard to not listen to the gossip or.
Oh, when you say gossip, do you mean like someone says, "Oh, girl, he likes you." Another one, he likes everybody else.
That or they didn't have lunch. I didn't see them having lunch together today, but yesterday he was having lunch with so and so when she called out, like that kind of thing. So it's like if you not, like if your relationship isn't strong, or you guys don't really know each other, you don't know yourself, it's just there will be always it wouldn't work out, wouldn't work well. But if it's like a closed a small office setting and you have to report or work in the same team and report to the same boss, I think that could be a bit messy. And I would always refrain from that because, emotions get involved and they don't start affecting the way that you work. And it just wouldn't be great. So in that instance, I wouldn't recommend. But in a bigger office setting where you don't have to work together, then I think it's okay.
Wow, that's tricky. So for those who are listening, they're like, I'm in a medium-sized office. I don't know. I don't want to miss out on love, right? That's a challenge. What are some boundaries you guys put in place to kind of avoid that situation from happening? Who wants to take a dive at that first?
When you say boundaries, you mean like if you go to a job and you're like, okay, I'm not going to date. You mean like that, or?
Mm-hmm. Or like because everyone on the team, pretty much everyone, beautiful, attractive, and nice for the most part. You guys can be fronting here and be real jerks, right? I don't think so. I've known you long enough, but we all have our moments. But like, do you say, hey, I'm not gonna be too nice, I'm not going to compliment each of our journeys, smile too much, or very. So for example, before Eddie and I got together, misinterprets it as such, came across it when that happens. Like, how do producers handle this situation? Produce concerts, or was in that position. It was a male-dominated industry, especially in the hip-hop arena, which that's where I primarily was at the time, producing events. So I started off as an investor, investing money into these shows where a lot of these rappers are part of. But because I was the only female in the room, many times it was like, oh, wow, I'm going to get with Yannick, and they'll approach me, and I'm just like, we're making transactions. We're doing moves, right? But it was frustrating because it's like now I'm like, okay, these guys are just liking me because of my title. And I meet the criteria of what they want as someone to support them. I'm like, do they really like me?
From
So
personal
when Eddie
experience,
approached me,
multiple times,
I was like, bro, it's just because we went on tour together. You really don't feel that way.
So like, I think,
in a few weeks, you're gonna change your mind.
To
like literally, I told him that. He was like,
strictly a friendship level.
I know how I feel about you.
Even if we get to the point
and I was
of
like,
the
okay, well, let's keep working together. And we'll see how you feel in about. I think I told him 90 days. He said I put him on a 90-day probation.
After like 8
but yeah,
reach me, like just certain things where I'm like, I gotta make sure that those things stay in place.
I mean, that might be the standard. Look, we'll give us 90 days. I mean, like, okay, so there's a ground where we've heard this rule, but there are people who are married today who are like, who did that. So it's like, I guess you have to really be wise about the situation.
Imperative because you're able to see.
I think you have to really be wise about the situation, but I think like,
and I guess the time frame is variable for a person. May not be 90 days.
Failed work relationships versus successful relationships. Because I actually do know people at work.
I don't think that's enough to know.
Still have 90 days. We got to work this out right now.
So it can happen.
But just to, hang out with someone outside or just talk on the phone.
Ebony said,
to really see
the
who
day
the
you're
person
off,
really is.
so-and-so was on.
And then you make a decision. Don't just jump into
so-and-so in accounting. And I'm just like, even if you're secure, it's like, man, I gotta, like,
you're just in this awkward
maybe ask them what that's about. It just create certain things where it's like, you don't really get to have that distance, like let's say you got pregnant, now you're at work, now what happens?
I would say it's very besides bigger, like in a bigger way. You don't have to see them. There's sections, there's front, back, side, like,
right, you gotta work way in the back of the day. No, that's why.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Always got to be room for potential. That's the supervisor and you're the support network. That's understand that. It's a hard no right there.
But you hear a lot of that,
Things you have to take on certain potential issues. You look at the base, you have to be mindful of those things. Two people around each other long enough and there's attraction. What naturally happens does occur, but then we have these rules like, look, we can't date, but we get along so well, and we click, and I spend time with you, and da-da-da-da. So you're fighting what naturally occurs. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a theory about that, but
there you have it. We have the team members from the Situation Lounge talking about this situation, work relationships. So make sure to stay tuned on TFG365TV. And thank you for joining us today. All right. Bye.
You find it in the refrigerator. Yes, in the refrigerator you will find the. Yes. Look. You just put it in there.
Some more things.
I got to go now because the niño is here. Yes, it is. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I will look at it. Sorry.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Well, how are we feeling now that we're fresh off of our team build?
Wonderful.
You're
We're
great.
30 minutes behind.
Yeah, I feel like us getting back together in the same place again, this has been tricky, but I'm glad we're all here, or most of us, Ricky, unfortunately, couldn't join us today. He had a personal matter to take care of, and Desiree, once again, called out sick. Not sure what's going on with that.
Yeah, I am sorry. I mean, did anyone check the... This is the fourth time we come here back to the office after so long, and I don't see why. I mean, you're too close to me. I am sorry, but you're too close to me. She's too close to me. I move matching. I mean, the energy also.
Well, I just figured, again, this is the first time back in the professional work environment. I understand it's a little off-putting at first because we've been doing Zoom calls up to this point, but what better time to get back to it? We're all reasonably distanced. I understand there's no mass present at the time being, but I figured, hey, after the team build, how much closer can we get together as co-workers?
Yes,
right?
too much closer.
All right, so, Bossman will be joining us shortly via Zoom. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here in person, but I question you guys.
I don't know why lately, he doesn't come to the office, he doesn't come to the meeting, he always...
so special for it.
We always have to be coming, why isn't he here?
Well, he has...
And where is the other
those
girl?
allergies
Where
that
is the
he
other
suffers
girl
from.
and the other boy? Where they at?
Desiree called in sick. Ricky's not here, and here we go.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
why do I have to... I had things that I could be doing home too. I do my work. I do my work all the
Right,
time.
Josie, I know
I do my
we're all
thing,
used to.
and you always make me happy to be coming. I know.
Yeah, but this is, the office is not open. I figured it'd be better to take use of the space, be a lot more productive, a lot more concise, kind of get back to normal, have a feeling of normalcy.
I would liking to
start.
Yeah, I would love to start. We're just
It's not that
waiting on a Zoom call, and we'll
start.
go ahead and get right started.
Can we give him a zing, a bing, or some type of ding to where he can come on this thing? Because I'm ready.
Good morning, everyone. How are we?
Morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Nice of you to join us.
So good for him that doesn't have to come here.
Such is the situation with what's going on in the world, but nonetheless, we're making it work.
Yes, I informed them about your allergies that have been acting up as to why you weren't able to join us.
And unfortunately, medication is not really working that well, but it is what it is.
What did you eat?
It's more like a seasonal thing.
Oh, because I thought it was because I know he liked the fish food, and the fish food, not everybody go good with the fish food.
No, I can not too bad. It's okay.
Yeah, that's because you had too much fish food.
Well,
Fish is fine.
well, Mr. Kenneth, we were just trying to get back into the meeting today and inform them of the new policies that we'll be having as we get back to in-person work. We're no longer doing Zoom meetings. Now that we're in phase 3.
So where are we with those changes and updates?
Yes, Mr. Kenneth, we were just discussing the new policies, and we're waiting for you to join so you can explain to us as a staff what we'll be implementing in terms of social distancing when it comes to working in the office.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, Daniel. So, as you know, with this whole COVID thing that's going on, your safety is the most important thing to us. After all, you are the greatest asset in my company. Miss Josie.
Yes.
I can see you in the meeting that we're having. I'm sure whoever that is, it can wait just for a moment.
You are.
I am sorry, it's my abuela. My abuela is not feeling good and she can't find the chicken to make the sopita.
Yes. Is it a life-threatening situation right now?
I'm gonna need somebody to have some cool.
Josie, would you like to step out to take that call?
No, it's not, no, it's just the message and that's it.
Listen, we're already behind schedule. I don't understand.
I am sorry.
I understand these meetings are a little bit difficult because we're not used to being away, but I think it's imperative we maintain professionalism at all times.
I got a family, I got a life. This is not
As do everyone else in this room. I'm sure Tina has a family and she's concerned about them. Daniel has a family, but at the same time, we're all here. Not trying to pick on you.
She's not married. She doesn't even have a husband. She doesn't have children.
I don't have to. Let's not talk about what goes on in everybody's houses now.
Professionals.
I have to be taking care of my family and my abuela.
Everybody got to take care of their family.
I can't be close to all these people. I'm gonna get all this.
Listen, we were supposed to start this thing at
Right, so
we're on a time schedule.
So, Mr. Kenneth, we were discussing about how you wanted to have, you know, kind of like a staggered entrance into the office, you know, where everybody kind of comes in 10 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Daniel, for getting us back on. So, I know that with everyone's different schedule was set up. Here's where we're situating. The workday, instead of starting at 7, I'd have the workday start at 9.
Press it.
I was here.
Now, what I wanted to do, I wanted to put it out there to see who's more of a morning crew as opposed to an afternoon crew based on your personal situations you have going on. I'm trying to make this as adaptive as possible. So I'll start with you, Tina.
Sir.
You'd rather come in at the 9, the 11, or the 1?
Anytime, because I'll be there on time. So just let me know.
What time would you like to be here?
Sign me up for anything, any slot. I'll be here.
All right, she'll be here at 9 o'clock.
Okay. Daniel, yourself. So that leaves the 11 and 1.
I'll be here at 11.
Okay. And so, Josie, 11 o'clock is 11. You said 1 o'clock or 11 o'clock?
I'll be here at 11.
All right, so that means at 1 o'clock you would start your work time, okay?
Who, me?
Yes.
I mean, I comply with my job at any time of the day. I do it everything good, but why do you have to take 11? Look, I have to get the food for my husband, my kids, everybody, and if I have to go home.
Literally went down the times and I asked.
But everybody is.
Do you want 9 o'clock?
Everybody stayed focused long enough.
9 o'clock, because if you put it, I don't
focus
because I have
long
to
enough.
pay my.
Help us.
Get out the time. It's
Right.
very simple. If we need to adjust that, we can. I'm giving those time allowance so
I have to be here at 11.
all day.
I'll be here at 11 to make sure that the shift transitions between you and Tina go well. There needs to be a supervisor here.
Do you want to take 9 just so you already be here?
I have to be here at 11.
It's perfect that he's in 11 because he'll be there to ensure the transition properly when I'm not there.
So what time you coming in?
What's that?
You gonna start with us?
I will be there from 7 in the morning virtually, setting things up.
All right.
And once I'm actually able to get into the office, I will be there at 7:30.
Coming to the office. I mean, that's you coming to. I tell you.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
We're discussing lunch.
There seems to be a concern, Mr. Kenneth, about your hesitancy to come into the
Dang!
office.
I didn't know the tail came with a tattle.
It's
Oh.
been an issue since the team built, so figured. What
Came
better
an
time
issue
than
ever
now?
since you
This
became.
is an open forum. Professionally express your concerns, please. Because last I checked, we don't sell eggs, so I don't expect anyone to walk around on eggshells. So please, express yourself.
I know we don't sell eggs. We sell technology.
We do.
So why are we talking about eggs? Are we going to change the company to egg and farming and all of that?
No. There's no
You
plan
know
for
what?
that.
Because I can also sell that. I am very good selling anything.
No, we understand that. All I'm saying is I'd rather you all let me know what the concerns are so we can address them. We're a successful company because we address and take care of things. If there's a problem, please let me know. Matter of fact, we'll start it off. Go ahead, Tina. What are some of your concerns?
You don't want to go to me first, boss. because I got my. I mean, you know, when it comes to when.
And I thank you for that.
And I appreciate it. I just would like it to be on a schedule because a lot of times when we're about to get started, we don't follow the schedule as the example of today. Now, I'm good with coming in at 9. I just thought that it would be better if our new, what's your position again?
Supervisor?
Okay, so I thought that it would be nice if he came in a little bit earlier than we do, just so he can just, you know, see that transition likewise versus coming in the middle of the day.
All right, so why don't you talk about a few of the other things we have going on the agenda for today?
No, can't be.
Josie, get off the phone.
No, but I just hear that my uncle, he have a problem. He had to go to the hospital.
I thought it was your grandmother that was sick.
Oh, my grandmother too. But she's sick at home and she needs this sopita that I have.
Look, at this point, everybody needs antibiotics. We are in a meeting and you are on the phone.
Look, it's not my fault that you are a bitter woman that doesn't have a husband.
Bitter?
Have a children.
Why gotta be bitter because I want to do my job? What is it? Okay,
I'm sorry, but I got things to do.
everybody has things to do, but you want to check it. You want to check it right in the middle of work?
It's not that I am interrupting the work.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Let's take a minute and just relax for a second. If obviously there's some issues going on here. So I'll make this real simple, real clear. Now is the time that if you have any issues, as professionally as you possibly can, let's go ahead and just air those out so that we can get those problems fixed, okay?
I don't know.
We'll start with you two.
I'll get that.
So that must be them. It's the people that doesn't work.
Somebody brought us coffee.
Oh, we got.
So we have coffee. Apparently, this is from Desiree.
Oh,
from Desiree.
Yeah.
Even though she's sick,
Desiree sent coffee.
she sends her regards and coffee. She called in sick. Again.
She was sick.
She
She was sick. It's like my abuela who's sick.
Oh, look, everybody in your family.
She
I don't even
called out
understand.
sick from the team build also, which is kind of weird.
I never got any information on that. She just doesn't show up. Or when she does, it's like halfway through the meeting.
This isn't even bad shit. She knows what to do.
Yeah, she knew all of our favorite flavors.
She actually got my almond milk. Shout out to Desiree.
Yeah.
You know, she better call in sick more often.
I like this pumpkin latte and with all that extra cream.
You are under supervision. Is that correct?
She is, but she's.
Is there any reason why he's never on any of the call? Does he still work for us?
He does, but you know, Mr. Kenneth, today's Monday. It's his mental health day.
Okay. I done heard it all. Mental health day.
Dementia health day.
Well, every Monday is mental health day for him.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Try to have a discussion about how we can kind of table that, but he brought in a urgent note from his therapist about why he needs every Monday off for
We in high school now?
his mental health.
Where I come from, you just go to work and you come out.
Or you don't.
Or you don't go to work. You lock you up in home, they put you on chain, and you don't come out and you don't be bothering people. He's just taking up time, he's not coming to
Yes,
work.
but you know, I figured this would be a perfect segue for the second part of the meeting, in which we kind of go over some new hire potentials, since it seems like we're going to have some openings soon here at Amazon.
Wait. What are you talking about? Like, you gonna fire people?
Are you bringing people on? Because we can't have a bunch of people coming on at the same time. If they're going to be coming on and like making sure that they're not going to have, they're not going to come in on time. I just can't deal with this. He's not even here. Is he going to help you with this?
All right. Let me just, can we go through this resume? We're just having.
Focus on the matter of hand. Okay?
Right, we're trying to involve you.
I don't even understand because I come in on time. And if y'all talking about new hires, I need to know this right now.
We're just going over some potentials to expand the company. That's it.
So we're not getting fired because
no,
Oh,
not today at least.
Listen,
I thought he called my husband and tell him,
no, we already
No, you don't even tell your husband about how you almost got fired.
because the next time he comes to the office, I
okay.
cannot. He does too much. Way too much.
You're successful because of you all. Okay, I am not firing anybody. However, if you don't come to work, you don't show up to work, you're telling me you don't need work. Okay. Now, do you think it's fair that I have you all working additional hours, having you cover somebody else's work during all that's been going on right now?
No.
Okay. Now, before you jump on that, I just want to make sure we understand 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And Josie, the reason this is going on, as the supervisor there, he's there to see the oncoming, or rather, as oncoming is getting ready to leave and you coming on. I will be checking in. I will be on this screen throughout the whole day. Okay?
So, okay, so
go ahead and express your thoughts, Josie.
I got you. So you're telling us that you're gonna spy on us all day, but you're not gonna come into the office, boss?
Instead of spying you, I would be set up in a location just as if I'm in the office, except I'm here virtually. So if you need something, you would still come to me like before. I'll still be here. This is why when you ask what time will I be in the office, I will essentially be logged in at 7:30, Monday through Friday. Once you show up,
half of the meeting at this point, in which we are discussing is bringing on these additional candidates as we're expanding the company. Seems like a good segue.
What do you have as some potentials? Because obviously we need to change up the way we hire new people. Is there a problem?
I appreciate her bringing in this coffee, but heads up next time would be nice for sure.
Hey guys.
Oh, hey, Desiree. Nice to meet you.
Everybody.
Everyone's gone. The meeting wrapped up about 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, you're late. Weren't you? Weren't you sick?
Yeah, I mean I was, and I started feeling better. Then Love and Juicy came on. You know how that be. That's my show. I mean, there's a lot going on. There's a caddy and the.
Right. Thank you for the coffee. I really appreciate that you remember my favorite coffee, you know.
Oh, is there an extra one for me?
No, I kind of assumed you maybe drank it since you sent it and weren't.
Don't worry.
You know, just how about just take a seat for me? Yeah, take a seat. Take a seat. Yeah. So we had a really productive meeting today, talking about potential new hires and just the way we're gonna be conducting, you know, working in person again. Definitely talked about job performance a lot, you know, and just some changes that need to be made job performance wise.
Like what?
You know how Josie can be sometimes with her conversations going on mid meeting. You know that was brought up.
Right.
Tina seems to be making it tend to be a lot nicer, things of that nature. You know, and your name came up. You know, I mentioned you. Yeah. And there were some suggestions made about, you know, your performance and how, you know, when we had our evaluation last time, how it had kind of dipped, but your social skills were great.
Right.
You know, and it seems as if your performance has continued to dip in the work aspect.
Dip or just dip?
Oh no, it's dipped. It kind of free fall a little bit. So you know, I'm here to try to figure out how we can get back on that same page. You know, because I really appreciate you. You know, you're a great addition to the office. Yeah, you know, you really light up the room every time you walk in. Definitely, you know, you have my attention. You know, when it comes to things of work. Yeah, absolutely. Anything work related, you definitely have my full on attention.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering how we can kind of, you know, mend this work aspect.
Well, I apologize. Sometimes I get caught up like in my social life and
great, absolutely great. Yeah, it's just we just need you to kind of focus. You know, I know that you have a tendency to you care about a lot.
I do.
You know, I know you care about a lot. Love and Juicy seems to be a very passionate thing. Yeah, you very care. Yeah, I'm caught up. I'm caught up. But I just kind of need you to put that care towards the work.
I completely understand. I really do apologize. I didn't realize that it was affecting the work environment and my actual performance at the job. And you know, I'll do my best to do better.
All right. Great. That's very great. Yeah, that's really it. You know, I'm glad you're feeling better.
Oh yeah. You know, just a little tingly thing right here.
It happens. Yeah.
You know, but I'm good now.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. That's good.
Levene.
Yeah. And I'm glad you're healthy. Was there anything that you wanted to discuss?
Well, yes. I don't know how you're gonna feel about this. You know, I know we've been having a little thing, you know, going on for a while, but Ricky did ask me out last week. I didn't know what to say. You know, I didn't want to say yes because I didn't want to disrespect you in any way. I don't know how you feel about that, but I just wanted to let you know because I didn't want it to be kind of like awkward or anything. So.
I'm a little confused as to what you mean, Desiree. Because are you talking about work relationships? Because there's no policy against coworkers dating each other. You know, like you're free to date whoever you please.
Yes, I know, but I didn't want that to ruin what we have. You know.
What exactly do we have?
You know, our little thing. We've been working with each other for like 2 years, and you know, just the way you interact with me, and you know, the little notes you leave on my desk, and you know, you've been just so nice and extra generous lately, and you know, I know you don't want everyone to know because you know, we don't know if there's any cameras around, and you know how that could go down and really affect our job. And trust me, I didn't tell anyone. I just wanted to let you know the whole Ricky thing. I didn't want you to hear it from him. I just wanted you to hear it from me first.
Okay, I think you might be reading a little bit too much into this here. I mean, the notes that I left, they're motivational sticky notes. I leave it on a coworker's desk every day. So.
But it's a color note on my desk.
Right, because I try to personalize it to fit your guys' personality, and I know you really enjoy pink. I mean, you have your nails are painted pink. I'm attention to detail kind of guy. Yeah, but
you pay attention to me.
Yes, I pay attention to you just like the way I pay attention to Josie. And I noticed her earbuds on her phone were wearing out the other day, so I got her some earbuds.
The cameras are off. This is just you and me.
Right, but I need you to understand that this is just a work relationship, with work being like the capital adjective in that phrase right there.
I know. But listen, we don't have to be antsy. Trust me, it's just between you and I. I promise.
But between you and I, it's just work. No, the thing is work. All right, that I just need you to be clear that we don't have anything else going outside of our work partnership. Does partnership work for you better than relationships? I feel like that's when the signals start misfiring. Work agreement?
Okay.
Yeah?
All right. I must be getting punked. Because this... You know what?
I really appreciate the coffee.
Thank you for the meeting. Thank you for letting me know what's going on and that you guys are talking bad about me for the past 30 minutes. I get it. There's no relationship. What else? What's next? Anything more?
No.
Well, look at the time. I guess you got it all aired out, huh? Well, have a blessed evening, Daniel Johnson.
You forgot one, and they're all empty.
Every single one of us has something to give, something we can offer, whether it's from our experiences, good, bad, or in between. And how can we use that to say, help someone else launch, to get them to connect with a reality that they could possibly say, okay, from this, I may be able to see how I can become something. I can become the best version of myself. But sometimes we are short-sighted and we miss that. We think that what we're doing is just right now. And until we have someone to help us understand and show us that it's beyond that,
TFG's chef. Nice. If she is not able to make it, we are going to
Cancel.
cry, plead, and only recommendations that come through her, and maybe 2 other people. But she is our head chef.
Okay.
It was awesome. Girl. Especially that roll cake. Feel it in my spirit.
Make sure you follow her on social media.
At Chef Rashana.
At Chef Rashana. Every single cake makes me want to fly home to Florida to just sample whatever cake she's offering. I want to be at every birthday party that she's putting on display on Instagram. It's my birthday every time there's a birthday on Instagram on her page.
You do travel, right?
This is her official title as TFG's chef. Nice. If she is not able to make it, we are going to
Cancel.
cry, plead, and only recommendations that come through her, and maybe 2 other people. But she is our head chef.
Okay.
Chef Rashana, endorsed all the way. Keeping it 100. Thank you so much, Chef Rashana. It was awesome.
Hi everyone, my name is Chef Rashana.
This year, blessing, money, testimony. Go to follow, you they go. This year.
All right. So we are now live inside of TFG City. Inside of the VR world, I'm here with Jamal. My name is Anthony Ryan Grant. I'm here with Training for Greatness. And we're about to take a grand tour from the hall leading into the main auditorium. Jamal, what do you think so far?
I'm definitely loving the architect and just the amount of space there is. I think that's going to be great for people to move around, interact with each other. So I'm loving the design.
All right. I guess let's go ahead and take a walk inside and see what's going on.
All right.
Take the scenic route. Past the TFG City, floating coin in the middle, with the nice decor. Definitely places for people to take pictures and take in the scenery.
Yeah, see, we have a couple of visitors.
One thing I think people are really going to enjoy is the light scheme and color scheme in here. I think it's like a very neon, like a Tokyo neon-esque look that is very eye appealing and catching. I think people will be very impressed by what they see.
Yeah, I think I like about it is it's like you said, the lighting is soft enough, but at the same time it captures your attention, and yet there's not too much going on that you're just so distracted.
Right. And as you can see from the stage, people can come up, they can make a presentation, they can perform. There's a lot of things that are capable. There's even a balcony seating for the VIPs that I'm sure Yannick will pass out. That's true. Let's go take a look at backstage and see what that's looking like. So I'm gonna do a little quick teleporting.
Almost acts as a green room as well, because artists want to get prepped and ready. This is another good place where they can get their VR or whatever equipment they need in the real world prepped, as well as once they get here, we're able to talk with them and just sort of go over any last minute things that need to be done, and boom, get to show.
All right, everybody, we are back here in TFG City taking a sneak preview. Once again, I am Anthony Ryan Grant, and to my virtual left, I have Jamal, and we're here to give you guys an exclusive preview and an exclusive look at both the photosphere and videosphere that you can see inside TFG City. Jamal, do you have any thoughts before we step in?
I'm looking forward to it, actually. Everyone loves the bubble.
All right, I'm gonna let you lead the way, man. Which one are we going to first?
Let's hit the one. Yeah, let's check out the photosphere first.
All right.
Oh.
Jamal, for our viewers back home who may not have access to the VR world just yet, can you describe some of the things that we're seeing?
So right now we are on Lincoln Road, a very famous place in Miami. I should say South Beach. Just everyday people walking around enjoying life here. Definitely a nice view, beautiful sunny day in South Florida. Definitely loving the view.
All the familiar trappings of home for sure.
I miss this place.
Definitely.
This is definitely a cool little spot just to really enjoy something for a moment.
Yeah.
All right. Ready for the next episode?
Definitely. I think we have our the creator of the photo before we exit the bubble. We have the creator of our photo right over there. Now we're gonna move on to our video sphere. So now we are, again, for those who are not currently within the bubble, we are now just taking a ride through a city.
This would be a very interesting way to do commercials where, instead of just watching it on, you're actually experiencing. And we're right in it. Like, I actually feel as though we're really in the environment.
Yeah. You have options for like music or, just imagine if you could like pick a route at some point, just taking tours of cities that people have never been to. Virtual tourism is gonna take on a whole new meaning in the future.
Right, and you'll do the cameras where it'll take you on the water or the concert series and things like that, and be able to have your own personal bubble where you and maybe a group of your friends can be away from everyone and just sort of enjoy this together. And especially in a 360-degree environment, that's pretty awesome right there.
All right. So for those who have enjoyed this, thank you guys for taking this exclusive tour with us. There will be this and so much more available to the general public once TFG City is officially open for every creative, non-creative, and anyone who is interested in the VR world that is being built here to join in on. Thank you guys for watching and listening. What are some limits that you would say that you place on yourself? And how do you think that you can overcome them?
Oh, hey Tina.
What's up?
Wow, I'm so happy to be here.
I know. How you been? Man,
I've been wonderful. Everything's been good. The family's great. You know, we have our little thing together. I see you made it here safely.
I did. I didn't bring anything though. I'm sorry. I really didn't even have time to grab anything from the store.
Not even a mask or gloves or anything like that, huh?
For what? Oh.
Corona? For what?
Well, not for what. I know what's happening.
But Tina, you don't even have it on right now. Like, what's going on?
You don't either, bro.
Cause I'm in my house, Tina.
Okay. What you thinking? I'm bringing something with me?
You know, hey, at one point, New York was the epicenter. Don't forget that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm bringing love. That's it. I ain't gonna bring nothing else to you.
Hey, listen, love ain't gonna keep us safe around here, Tina. While you're here, I'm glad that you're here.
I'm glad you're able to join us today. Let me bring in Ebbs really quick, the refined foodie. She is joining us in a second. But how does it feel? You're new to South Florida, and you're able to win the celebrity cook-off. Let us know how that feels.
It was exciting. It was really fun. You know, as you mentioned, this was my first time or my first year at the event, and it was 20 years running. And it was an awesome just display of culture, of food, and everything. So my family is from Jamaica, and so just being able to see that on display. Yeah, I actually grew up in Sacramento, California, which we don't have a large Caribbean American presence at all. So really, I didn't grow up seeing like jerk festivals or really any festivals catering to like the Caribbean community. So just seeing that and being able to be a part of that was really fun and exciting.
Oh, amazing. Let me go ahead and bring in the refined foodie. 1 second. All right, so she's joining us. So that's one thing I wanted to find out, if you have any Caribbean background, because when you're chopping it up, hey, Alex, the refined foodie.
Hi. Hey. How's Cher? How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, so she was giving us this scoop that she actually has Jamaican roots, because when I saw her cooking, I was like, no. I don't think this is new to her, because the way, even though you have your assistant on this side and Chef Max, he's amazing, but you're just like boom, 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 you know, put those flavors together. I was like, okay, I need to find out what is her background.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Jamaica before?
Well, her family's from Jamaica.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I lived there. I lived there until I was like, I was in my earliest stages of life. So I went to art and prep before I was born in the United States, and then like immediately after I was born, I lived there, and then came back to the U.S., and that's where I stayed for the remainder of my life. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. So can we get a little can you describe what you made and like some key ingredients? You don't have to give away all your flavors, but what was like the finishing touch to the meal you made? For those of you who weren't able to make the Jamaican Jerk Festival this Sunday, this is our winner, Miss Cher, who is anchor and reporter at NBC News. And so please share with us what made you the winner. What was that plate like? Tell us, describe it for people who weren't there.
Okay. So the whole thing, first of all, you have no idea what you're making. So they start. You get 30 minutes. You get a mystery box filled with whatever ingredients the host chef chooses, and then from there you make a dish, and you have to use everything in the box. You don't have to use all of everything, but you do have to use something from everything in the box. So in the box we had, and then we had like some seasonings and things like that on the side. In the box we had the main protein was turkey, which of course just getting ready for the Thanksgiving, the holiday season. We also had I want to say it was like jicama. I kind of blacked out, to be totally honest, because it was so fast. I want to say it was jicama. We had also Jamaican spice bun, which is also sweet, and then there were sweet potatoes and coconut milk as well. So what I did was first I jerked I cut the chicken up, and I cut up the turkey, and I wanted to do it in thin slices because we have 30 minutes, and that way it cooks fast. Season that, put that to the side, and then started cutting up the vegetables and everything else that was in there, just vegetables to also season and use as garnish as well. So from there, use some jerk seasoning, of course, and then put the turkey in the pan, started cooking that, put in some, they had some Grace jerk sauce as well, so we used that. And just some other, just garlic, other little things to make the dish taste a little more flavorful as well. And then with the rest of the ingredients, I cut up. I want to say, I know it was a root vegetable. I don't know if it was him or what. It was a root vegetable. I cut that up into squares, and then I cut up the bun, and then put all of that together in a pot. So the bun, the root vegetable, and the sweet potatoes, and mashed it, and then mixed it with coconut milk, just to make it very sweet, and then put a little bit of salt and pepper in there just for extra seasoning and everything like that. But it made it more like when you think of Thanksgiving, you have like you have the spicy food or whatever, but then you also have the
I was really curious, how are you going to incorporate the bun? Because I'm like, okay, how are you going to put that in there?
Yeah. As soon as I saw the bun, I was like, what? Like, I'm like, is
Right.
there cheese in here? Like, what?
A dessert.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've never done anything else with bun except for, slice it up and eat it with some cheese, just like regular Easter
Yeah.
bun. So,
That's how I eat
yeah.
it. Yeah. And most Jamaicans, I don't know what else to do.
Right. I don't know what else to do with it. I think my competitor toasted the bun. So I didn't actually.
Oh.
I regret. I didn't get to look at her dish really. So I don't remember, but I know that she sliced it, and I believe it was like pan fried toasted. So.
I'm telling you, you were zoned in. Like the cameras were in your face. You were just like, boom.
Right. We had 30 minutes. I had to get it together.
Yeah. You gotta focus, be in your zone. So what are some signature dishes that your family or I know you mentioned your grandmother, that was very notable, or maybe a key asset to your cooking or you learning how to cook, in a certain way, or so what are some like signature dishes that your family makes or that your grandmother makes that you can remember?
Yeah, so so I named the dish after my the city that my paternal grandmother is from, which is Maypen. Just because we said we had to name the dishes, so I figured, well, this is Jamaican cook-off, so I may as well incorporate. Yeah, so
that's creative.
I named it the Maypen Mash Marble.
Okay.
After her city, but I mean, growing up, I had a lot of different Caribbean food from just kind of all over, really. But I would say I actually have a cooking page right now, and I put a lot of the recipes and a lot of different things that I make on there. Obviously, I grew up in the United States. I grew up in a Caribbean household, so I grew up eating West Indian food. So I would say one of my most favorite things. Present day is Atkins saltfish. I love Atkins saltfish.
With green banana and dumplings, hands down.
Can never go wrong. Breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Exactly, every day. Stew chicken, I think, is something that I eat a lot too. That I can remember from my grandma. I don't know, like we actually did have jerk turkey at my aunt's house. We usually go to my dad's sister's house for Thanksgiving, and there's always jerk turkey there. So used to eating that. I mean, I don't know. I could name so many different things. I also eat a lot of. Huh?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had jerk turkey. Did our family?
Oh, you better be careful. You better be careful.
Let me take that.
Yeah.
Maybe
so in case you didn't know, we're actually sisters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we're sisters. I was like, if our aunt is watching, don't worry, don't blame her. It's been 2 years.
Not that I can remember. I mean, yes, we had turkey marinated all kind of ways, but jerk, I remember having specifically jerk turkey.
I try to save you there, Ebs. I tried to save you there.
I'm trying to, be nostalgic and look and think back. We haven't had like a big Thanksgiving in so long. Like, do you have plans for Thanksgiving with your family? I know the pandemic changed the dynamic of things, but
So yeah, I will say every year I go to my dad's sister's house in Atlanta. This year, my mother lives in Bradenton, and I'm here now. So I think I actually sent a group text like, "Hey, what are we doing for Thanksgiving?" Because I'm trying to figure it out. It'll just pop up.
Exactly.
But I think everybody's coming to my place, and then I'm cooking because my dad is also in Orlando, and my mom is here right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, trip for them.
Once again, just want to give a shout out to those who are watching. You have, you definitely have some fans here saying that you can cook. Go ahead. Congratulations. Sheldon Love is watching from Jamaica. We have, I believe it's Chris Hush TV is saying you better bring some of that to the holiday party. Okay, so they're waiting for that mashup mix. You have some Jody Z Gray says congratulations. Prodigal Tree says hey. Dion Calendar is saying hello. So we have a few that's saying congrats. So thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, you're watching TFG365TV with the Refined Foodie and our champion, Shernay. Is this how you pronounce it, correct?
Yes, that's how you pronounce it.
Yes. And she is a champion of the Jamaican Jerk Festival Celebrity Cook-Off.
So, let me know, did you get a chance to taste the food of any of the other vendors, and which one was your most unique experience?
So I did not get the chance, unfortunately. So I worked that morning and I went home really quickly to change, really, and then come back to the competition, and then I had to work the next morning. And I am on the morning show, so the show starts at 4:30 a.m. So I didn't have too much time, unfortunately, but I'm coming back next year, obviously, because I have to, defend my title. So hopefully I can get here earlier and just like enjoy a lot. But I did notice, I remember specifically the line for Donna's was so long. So I was like, ooh. And I passed by that restaurant before, so I was like, I gotta check that out. So
Yes, you have to check out Donna's. Who else was there, Abs? There were Jerk from Aventura.
Yes, jerk from Aventura. There was Nocturnal Catering, which I love. Their jerk pork, and I don't eat pork often or meat often, but when I do, it has to be cooked like that. So yeah, that really stood out to me, as well as Things Vegetarian, which serve plant-based foods. I tried her cassava bread pudding, which was A1. Yeah, yes, top notch, top notch. And then Tay's.
This year, blessing, money, testimony. Go to follow, you they go. This year, good.
Our mindset, what gets in the way most times is, especially at this stage, is questioning, do I have what it takes? Our confidence wanes. We have self-doubt, limiting beliefs, and then we have others around us who might not be as supportive or believe we can. And we have to find a way to overcome these hurdles and basically push through that. And that's what I will be helping you to do by sharing with you some very insightful ways of how you can do that. Because most importantly, is what you do with your thought process, is what you do in the mindset. That's really what you have to first win the battle between your two ears. Because what happened is we can have everything else in place, but if our mindset is not what it's supposed to be, as you know and I know, we're not going to make it.
So much for joining us. Stay tuned for more clips from the Situation Lounge where improv and coaching connects. Click on the link below. The birds are flying, people are happy, enjoying life until that one negative person ruins your vibe. Yes, that person at school, at work, even at home, messing your entire day up. Let's talk about it on the Situation Lounge.
One
what are some limits that you would say that you place on yourself? And how do you think that you can overcome them?
What's good, peoples? We are here. It's a couple of hills that we gotta climb, but we're here.
Yes, we made it to Seven Rivers. We are doing a camping tour. Oh, that's a joke. Got the. Oh, you found it? Okay. And that's Rudy back there.
Look at that big old mosquito.
Like when I heard it at first, I was like, "Oh my gosh! Hopefully that's not bees."
I know. I thought it was that too.
I think we can do it. I mean, the cave kind of dark, super dark. I guess what I can do, if you want, we can do recording on the nice field out there. Yeah. The open field. Kind of start talking and interacting when you're recording it.
All right.
Okay. I know, right? Okay. Are you able to fly it? Well, no, don't fly it in the cave. We don't want it to get lost.
Yeah, this is cocoa.
So I was saying maybe we can go down there. Yeah, you gotta come there. We're killing off the species are holding. They'll keep mothers will keep breeding and breeding. And that's killing off the snakes. So it was kind of interesting when you found that snake, because that snake has technically been around. The family has been around hiding in the rocks.
And that was Mama Snake, so they came and found her and set her free, so she can breathe. Oh my gosh! And this is like just half of the place, or?
That snake is free. I'm not going down there.
I mean, if the snake is big, we can see it. Right?
Yeah, but if it's hiding behind the bushes, you ever seen the movie Anaconda?
You still have the coffee bean in your hand?
Oh no,
Oh.
There's more in the tree.
So let me ask you. So if let's say if we had like a kayak, we could jump in here and then go all the way around,
Yeah,
right?
they have a kayak actually. I think it's in the story, but they have a kayak. They have a kayak thing.
How deep is the water? Like when it's down to that level, how deep is it? You know?
Pretty shallow. It's not that. You can walk into the water.
Okay. Was it cold?
Yes. Oh man, I just wanted to just dive right in.
I don't have the proper shoes to be down there.
Come on.
Oh my
gosh. I know, like seriously, I just wanna just put up a hammock and just chill. You hear that, babe? Stay, eat, chill, and go back to Deja. Watch our next adventure.
Let's park outside. Either walking or
Park outside where though?
further outside. We return right or park park outside.
About you time to turn right tonight?
The last third right. Yeah, so this is only like there's a bad patch here and a bad patch here. So
I saw a house back here just now.
you saw a house. happened sometimes. Yeah, sometimes we had a family retreat up here one time, and one of my cousin came with his wife and kids. Everybody chilling and having a vibe, and then nighttime sleep. The kids start complaining. I don't want to stay here. Dropping daughter.
Bananas. And we used to have spray for yellow cigatoka like every 21 days. And then it got more prevalent. And we had to spray every 14 days. Now it is requiring spraying every 7 days. That's putting more chemicals in the environment. So the breeding work done in Jamaica and other countries has come up with this banana that does not require any spraying because it's very tolerant to the least spot disease.
How did they develop that? Like
by breeding work, and there's a plant on top that I could show you that literally have seeds inside. Yep. So, and the interesting thing, as I was saying, you could check the age of a banana by counting every day it drops off one. And so if this bud was still remaining here, it sheds the bud.
so that's how you can tell because of the.
So I could count these from here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right up, and you get the number of days. And we add 5 days for when this appears for the first time. So in 5 days, it would come out, this bud would appear, and it actually make a noise like a woman having a baby.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Oh my gosh.
Right, if you could sit here. So in 14 days, the hands are straight across like this. In 21 days, they start going back up. So with experience, you could come and check it. And once the hands start going back up, we know, and it takes about 90 days after appearing for this to be mature enough.
Oh wow.
And that's when it is being exported, what we call high
Within
3/4.
21 days?
21 days, the hands start turning up.
Wow.
Because the hands, like this, they come out just like this down. In 14 days, they're horizontal, and in 21 days, they start going back up.
It would be good to do like have like just a camera gestation and do like a time lapse of it budding for that period of time.
All right. So I was saying about the walking of the banana. So if we want good banana production, the idea is when you reap this, and this is ready for reaping maybe in another 3 weeks, right? No, maybe I'll come more. So we say 21 days they start turning back up. So this could be about
month and a half.
About 60 days. So in another month, this will be ready for reaping.
And where does it go from here?
5 months after reaping this, the daughter should be ready for reaping.
So it's an ongoing cycle.
So you'd have always have bananas. But if you allow competition, if that one grows, this one grows, that one grows, all around, if all 42 should ever grow, it becomes a banana forest. So the pruning of banana, we select the strongest, and the first one that comes up because that is the first money. And the next crop should be produced by this. In other words, we are not going to allow grandmothers to have children. Or take care of the children, yes?
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
No house is big enough for 2 women to live in. So we'll select this. Any other treatment or any other new crop must come from this. So look what is happening here.
It's already started.
This is coming from it. So we will prune away, kill all the others. And the next crop will come from this.
Wow.
So look where it started. Look where it started. So it walks.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so banana really walks.
I have a curious question because this is something that I've always wondered.
Yeah.
How do you start a banana plant first? Like like most trees, you plant a seed and it grows.
Yeah.
How does the first one start?
So the banana, as I said, can also produce a true seed.
Oh really?
So you just plant the banana by itself? The full banana?
So this Right now, we could take this out, just cut it off,
And transplant it
and just
somewhere.
plant it somewhere else.
But like-
So we say banana suckers.
But what about the first? Because like our son, he's looking to go into farming
Mhm.
and agriculture.
Mhm.
So that was a question he asked us, and we're like, I don't know. Do you take a whole banana and put it in the ground?
That's
or
one
you
thing
have
that for
to...
all my life I've always wanted. Because we have some of these in
So
our
as
backyard.
we say to you, for the life of this plant will produce up to 42 babies.
Right,
So do we have to buy a sucker?
Yes, so you buy
Okay.
the suckers.
Okay.
So you come, a sucker maybe goes for about $100 Jamaican now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
$1, $2.
Yes. So that is how it goes.
Oh.
And the story for the chocolate, we go through that story.
Mm-hmm.
You plant that chocolate maybe is about 4 going 5 years old now,
Mhm.
about 4 years old. But it it starts bearing well after about 3 years.
So there's a lot of patience in farming.
This tree?
That's chocolate.
Oh.
Yeah, that's chocolate. Okay, so what I was showing you earlier, and the best practice is that you'll take these up from under the tree.
So you wait till it falls on its own?
No, we harvest them when they're like this.
Oh, okay.
And we scoop out the chocolate
Mm-hmm.
and we take them up there as I showed you.
So when the whole pandemic actually started, I was everybody closed down, all the salons, the barbershop closed down. So I started working from home. And I still had the opportunities to actually work from our balcony, And I was there taking care of my customers, trying to stay afloat with everything that was going on, because life is hard and everything is never stop. Life doesn't stop, so I gotta keep working and take care of my customers. It was a great feeling knowing the fact that I was in a place where I can control everything about the whole virus, or at least have some sort of control about the whole coronavirus, and yeah, and it was hard. It was hard. It's one of the hardest times in my life. Opening a business is something. It was something that it was extremely difficult, extremely time consuming. And yeah, it gets to a point where especially because we were in the middle of pandemic, it was harder to actually obtain what my dream, what I've always wanted in life, to own my own shop. And it was hard, man. It was hard, and me and my family, we did a lot of sacrifices, a lot of things that we had to do just to make this happen.
I went on my first nature walk in Jamaica. It's a beautiful area called Seven Rivers Attractions, and they're in Hanover. We got a chance to explore, and it was a beautiful experience. We can't wait to share with you more clips from our adventures. I was able to enjoy the experience with my husband. Got a chance to see some of the beautiful images live, up close and personal, that was captured by my friend Sheldon, Levene. If you've seen a book that I've featured throughout the program, that's actually his work. Able to take us around, and of course, couldn't go anywhere without Rudy. So take a look. We really enjoyed our last visit to Jamaica. favorite driver really knows Jamaica. He takes us wherever we need to go. So in this particular trip, we decided to explore a new location. It's called Seven Rivers Attractions. So it's not new in a sense where it just opened, but now they're offering these private excursions, private experiences where you, a group of your friends, or your family member get to enjoy this peaceful, like lush greenery. I'm telling you, it's so beautiful. And experience Jamaica in that way, hearing the sound of the water flowing down the river in nature. It's a beautiful experience.
Struggled with cooking different meals for different dietary preferences in your family? It's a common challenge, isn't it? Juggling the needs of vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and raw food enthusiasts all under one roof can feel like a culinary circus act. But fret not. This video aims to help you manage this task with ease, providing tips and tricks to accommodate these varied food journeys without losing your sanity. So, brace yourself and stay with us as we navigate the culinary world of diverse diets. Before we dive into the cooking part, let's understand what these dietary preferences mean. A vegan diet excludes all animal products, including meat, dairy, eggs, and even honey. People choose veganism for a variety of reasons, such as environmental concerns or animal welfare. Next, we have vegetarianism. Like vegans, vegetarians don't eat meat. However, they may consume animal byproducts like eggs and dairy. Vegetarianism can be a stepping stone towards veganism or a standalone dietary choice, often motivated by health, ethical, or environmental reasons. Pescatarian is another term you may have come across. Pescatarians consume a diet similar to vegetarians, but they also include seafood. The reasons for choosing a pescatarian diet can include health benefits, ethical concerns about factory farming, or simply a love for seafood. Lastly, let's talk about raw food diets. This diet primarily consists of unprocessed whole foods that are not heated above a certain temperature, usually around 118 degrees Fahrenheit. The idea is that heating food can destroy its nutrients and natural enzymes, which is bad because enzymes boost digestion and fight chronic disease. These four dietary preferences, vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, and raw food, are all unique in their own ways. They're shaped by a variety of motivations, be it health, ethics, personal taste, or a combination of these factors. Now that we've defined these diets, let's look at how to prepare meals that cater to each one. The key to managing different dietary needs is effective meal planning. It's like the compass that steers the ship of your kitchen through the choppy waters of diverse food preferences. Think of it as a three-step process: understanding nutritional needs, considering personal preferences, and ensuring variety. Firstly, let's talk about nutritional needs. Every dietary journey, be it vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, or raw food, has its unique nutritional profile. For instance, vegans need to ensure adequate protein from plant sources, while pescatarians should monitor their omega-3 fatty acid intake. Do a bit of research or consult a nutritionist to understand these needs better. Next, we move on to personal preferences. Remember, just because someone's a vegan doesn't mean they love all vegetables. The same goes for pescatarians and fish. So it's essential to factor in individual likes and dislikes while planning meals. The third aspect is variety. Let's face it, even the most delicious meal can become monotonous if repeated too often. Try to mix things up. Experiment with different cuisines, cooking styles, and ingredients. Now here's a handy tip for you. Many meals can be adapted to suit different diets with simple substitutions. For example, a classic spaghetti bolognese can be made vegan by replacing the meat with lentils or mushrooms. Similarly, a vegetarian stir fry can be made pescatarian by adding shrimp. Planning meals also involves strategizing your grocery shopping. Make a list of ingredients that cater to all diets in your family. Staples like grains, fruits, and vegetables are common to all diets. Then you can add specific items like tofu for vegans, cheese for vegetarians, and fish for pescatarians. Remember, meal planning is not a chore, but an art. It's about embracing the diversity of tastes and creating a symphony of flavors that cater to everyone's palate. With a solid meal plan, half your battle is won. Now, let's get down to cooking. Cooking for vegans and vegetarians can be a creative endeavor. It's not just about removing meat from meals, but about embracing a world of vibrant fruits, vegetables, grains, and legumes. And trust me, there's more to it than just salads. Let's dive into some basic recipes that can be easily adapted for vegans and vegetarians. How about a hearty lentil soup? Start with a base of sautéed onions, garlic, and carrots. Add in a cup of dried lentils, vegetable broth, and your favorite spices. Let it simmer until the lentils are tender and voila! You've crafted a protein-packed meal that's sure to satisfy. Or perhaps you're craving some comfort food. Let's talk about tofu lasagna. Just replace traditional lasagna meat with crumbled tofu sautéed with onions, garlic, and tomato sauce. Layer it with lasagna noodles, vegan cheese, and a homemade tomato sauce. Bake it until bubbly and golden, and there you have it, a vegan twist on an Italian classic. Don't forget about seitan, a versatile protein source made from wheat gluten. It has a meaty texture that's perfect for stews, stir fries, or even barbecued kebabs. Just marinate it in your favorite sauce. Cook it up and enjoy. But let's not limit ourselves to these protein sources. There's a wide array of legumes, nuts, seeds, and grains that can provide the necessary nutrients. Chickpeas can be turned into a creamy hummus, black beans into a spicy chili, or quinoa into a filling salad. And here's a tip. Many vegan and vegetarian dishes can be made in bulk and stored for future meals. So don't hesitate to cook a big pot of lentil soup or a large tray of tofu lasagna. They freeze well and can be easily reheated for a quick and nutritious meal. Remember, variety is the spice of life, even in vegan and vegetarian cooking. So don't be afraid to experiment with different ingredients, flavors, and cuisines. After all, the joy of cooking lies in the adventure of creating something delicious and nourishing, right? Scene script. Next up, we have pescatarians and those on raw food diets. Let's dive into the world of pescatarians first. Pescatarians are individuals who refrain from eating meat, but include fish and other forms of seafood in their diet. It's like vegetarianism, but with an aquatic twist. When cooking for pescatarians, the ocean is your oyster. Pun intended. You have an array of delectable seafood at your disposal, from succulent salmon to tasty tuna, and from scrumptious shrimp to mouth-watering mussels. However, it's important to remember that not all seafood is created equal. Sourcing sustainable seafood is crucial to ensure the health of our oceans. Look for labels that certify the seafood as sustainably caught or raised. Also, remember that variety is the spice of life. Don't just stick to one type of fish, explore the entire seafood counter. Now let's turn our attention to those who follow a raw food diet. This diet is exactly as it sounds. It mainly consists of uncooked and unprocessed foods. While this might sound limiting, it actually opens up a whole new world of culinary creativity. Think beyond the usual fruit salad. There are numerous ways to make is to nourish and delight, no matter the diet. Happy cooking.
whole pandemic actually started, I was everybody closed down, all the salons, the barbershop closed down. So I started working from home. And I still had the opportunity to actually work from our balcony, you know. And I was there taking care of my customers, trying to stay afloat with everything that was going on, because life is hard and everything is, you know, never stop. Life doesn't stop, so I gotta keep working and take care of my customers. It was a great feeling knowing the fact that I was in a place where I can control everything about the, you know, the whole virus, or at least have some sort of control about the whole coronavirus, you know. And yeah, and it was hard. It's one of the hardest times in my life. Opening a business was something that was extremely difficult, extremely time consuming. And yeah, it gets to a point where, like, especially because we were in the middle of pandemic, it was harder to actually obtain what my dream, what I've always wanted in life, you know, to own my own shop. And it was hard, man. It was hard, and me and my family, we did a lot of sacrifices, a lot of things that we had to do just to make this happen.